salah. Yang ini Fer, coba Fer tengok. Yang 13.262 kan? 13.111.111.1 6,7. Ini udah salah ya?
Ini aja nih paling enak. Mau nggak kerja. Harga makin tipis jadinya karena udah salah ini kan. Ini total gue aja, jadi buat
habisin. Iya. Tadi ada kapan nomor gue ada bilang habisin. Tapi dia nggak bikin sini, dia cari di sini. Dia nggak nanti katanya.
Tapi ini, tapi enggak. Jadi ini bagus 10 nih, kan 10.9. Tapi enggak, mau nambah bilang itulah kalau nggak ada profit ini itu nanti kayaknya kayak turunin jadi.
Iya persennya, mungkin 10%. Sepuluh 828 itu 10.454 naik lagi 13.
Hello everyone, so good morning. We will start the event in the next 5 minutes, so please wait.
Alo, Quang nghe ạ. Alo, alo.
Hey, good morning, everyone. So we can start, right?
Yeah, Robin, we can start. So, good morning everyone. We will start the session for today. Robin, over to you.
Yep. Thank you, team, and welcome all once again to day 2 session. So thank you all. So day 1 was yesterday where we are discussing about Azure certification and on-premises IT infrastructure, how currently it's been working. Now day 2 is more focusing on the technical part before moving to this defining cloud or the cloud technology. I request everyone to confirm the audio through the chat option. I hope it's been clear and loud. At least 1 or 2 people can just confirm through the chat. It's been good. We got it's good morning. Yeah. So thank you all. So we started getting a response. Yeah, loud and clear. Okay. So day 2 is we are starting with a topic called defining a cloud computing, or what are the benefit you are getting on with the help of Azure cloud computing, and we understood what are the different vendors currently available in the market who is providing this service. Then we had a discussion about how cloud is been different from on-premises, and we had a discussion about the collocation facility and on-premises IT infrastructure currently or existing available in your premises. Now, in the day 2, the first portion we are discussing about defining a cloud computing. Let's take a scenario. It's like you're working for an IT department, for example, like you're working for orange.com, and company is thinking like, moving this one to all the IT infrastructure which currently hosted in the um, on-premises and collocation facility has to be moved or it's been migrated to Microsoft Azure. Now, this is the instruction which you got from a leadership, and you're working as a system administrator or it's been the infrastructure lead, and you're responsible for this migration. Now, as you already know, whenever you're doing a migration or any kind of activity, you should know how this implementation can be done, or what are the steps to be migrated, or what are the action to be done before the migration. So there is a lot of technical terms and key term is coming to picture. Right now we understood only two concepts. One is like what is on-premises technology, and second thing we understood like what is a collocation facility. And we don't have any information about what is cloud computing. Right now we have only two information. It's been available readily with us. What is on-premises infrastructure and what is collocation facility. Now this both infrastructure we are trying to migrate into cloud. And right now we don't know what is a cloud. We know only the rain cloud only. Now we are trying to understand what is a cloud technology, how this is different from your normal on-premises and collocation facility. So let's try to understand this, what is a cloud computing, and we'll try to see how this can be moved or how this can be uh, used in your normal DTO operation. So in the first portion, we'll try to give a definition for a cloud computing. So people may be thinking like cloud computing, it's something like it's been hosted in the rain cloud. There is a lot of perception is being available for this cloud computing. So we'll try to understand, we'll try to give a beautiful explanation, or we'll try to understand the concept of a cloud computing. Then we'll move to a terminology called something like a cloud models and cloud service models, and cloud different types of cloud support models is available and how this has been implemented. Now all this topic is been connecting with the Microsoft 2 exam. It's like AZ900 and AZ104 exam. Now yesterday before concluding the session, we understood like what is a cloud computing, and we understood like similar like your um, electricity or the taxi service currently you're using in your organization or generally using your day-to-day operation. So cloud computing we understood like instead of buying the asset or instead of investing through a capex cost, we are using a model, or we are using a IT infrastructure model, something called pay as you go model. Pay as you go model. So pay as you go model, it's similar like your taxi service or electricity service which you are using currently. It's like you're not worried about what is the technology it's being using on the back end, and you're not worried about the maintenance being it's been available in the back end, right? You're going and paying only for what you use. It can be 1 hour, or it can be 30 minutes, or it can be for a 3 years or a 4 years, whatever. So this similar something like pay as you go model it's been implementing, like you're paying for what currently you're using. So that is the definition, or that's been explanation it's been given by this is a normal explanation generally we are using. So I request everyone to mute yourself. I can see there are a few people mic is still on. I request everyone to mute yourself, so it's be good for everyone. Now yesterday we understood like cloud computing is something like we are taking a IT infrastructure or IT resource or the assets for a renting purpose. It's like you're renting the resource, and from where you're renting a resource, it can be a server, or it can be RAM, or it can be a hard disk, or it can be a networking, whatever. You're renting a resource from CSP. That's called cloud service provider. It's called CSP, stands for cloud service provider. It's called cloud service providers. Now, this cloud service providers can be Microsoft, or it can be Azure, or it can be AWS, or it can be Google, or it can be Rackspace, or it can be HP. So all these generally known as a cloud service provider or a CSP. Now, we understood like you are getting or you are renting a resource from a cloud service provider. So NIST is the organization. It's a US based organization. They are given a beautiful explanation for this uh, cloud computing. Now, if someone is asking you, what is the definition for a cloud computing? People may think like, hey, this is something hosted in Azure side, or it's something hosted in a remote place. So people always have a different explanation was giving. So NIST is the organization. They are given a beautiful explanation for your cloud computing. So NIST stands for National Institute of Standard and Technology. This is the organization. It's given a definition for a cloud computing. Now let's try to understand what is this explanation. So let's see. So you can just go to Microsoft site portal and you can just give definition like NASD definition and cloud computing. You will be able to download a PDF form, PDF format you will be able to download. And this is a 7-page document and this you'll be able to download from this website. I'm just pasting this link on the chat window. So you'll be able to refer or you'll be able to bookmark it. So this is a 7-page document and this beautifully explained all information about a cloud computing. This document, this PDF document is containing like what is a cloud computing, how an infrastructure can be called as a cloud computing. So because when you're taking a on-premises or when you're taking a co-location, we are seeing like it's based on how or who is taking a responsibility. It's based on that this definition is being given. Now, when it is coming to a cloud computing, who will be taking a responsibility of disk management, or who will be taking a responsibility of the OS management, or who will take care about the management of a hardware. So based on the responsibility, this cloud it's been defined. Now let's try to understand what is a cloud computing. So if you are referring this document in the page number 6, it's been given a beautiful explanation. Sorry, in the page number 2, sorry, page number 6 is not 2, it's been 6. They are given a beautiful explanation for cloud computing. Now, if someone is saying like, it's my model is a cloud, it's been a cloud computing. Or if you want to call any model as a cloud computing. So this is the definition we are giving. Like it's a cloud computing, it's a model. It's for enabling a convenient and on-demand network access to a shared pool of configurable computing resource. So you can see it's a network or a servers or a storage or application that can be rapidly provisioned and released. So NASD, this organization is saying, now, if you want to say any IT infrastructure model is a cloud computing, it has to meet a couple of criteria. It's not that all the IT infrastructure are cloud computing. No. So NASD is saying, I'm getting a feedback like there is a voice issue. Let me take a feedback from everyone. So guys, you can just confirm the audio on the chat, because Shambhu is saying like there is a getting an echo. So I request everyone to just confirm. Is there any echo, or this only for it's been clear? Shambhu look like it's a problem from your side. You can just reconnect and maybe it's some issue maybe with your teams, or it's been the sound and this one. Could you please check it? Okay. Now, yeah, thank you, Shambhu. So I'm just starting and you can just parallel check it, this one. Yeah. So right now we are discussing about the IT model. So yesterday we understood the model of on-premises and we understood the collocation model. Now, when it is coming to a cloud computing, if you want to call or if you want to say like this model, it's been a cloud computing, it has to meet a couple of criteria. So you say like the cloud model is supposed to be having 5 essential features, and it can be implemented using a 4 deployment model and for 3 service model also. So if you want to call this as a cloud model, so it has to meet these criteria. Now, this 5 essential characters means the cloud is giving an on-demand service, and it's supporting broad network access, and supporting resource pooling, and supporting rapid elasticity, and it can be used for a measured service. We'll do one by one. We'll try to understand what is this, what is the difference between all these terms. Right now, end of this session, you need to understand all IT infrastructure model which is connecting through internet are not cloud computing. Few people may be thinking like if any infrastructure, if we are connecting through internet, that is calling as a cloud computing. No, if any infrastructure, if they has to meet a cloud computing, it has to, this has to meet a couple of criteria. So one, it's like it has to meet a 5 essential characters, and it has to meet a 3 essential model, 3 service model, and 4 deployment models also. Now we'll see one by one what is on-demand service, and we'll see what is a broad network access, and we'll see what is a resource pooling, and we'll see measured service and rapid elasticity service, and it's called a PaaS or a SaaS. You may be heard about, like your friends may be working as a PaaS engineer or a ISaaS engineer, or sometimes if you are interacting with other stakeholders in an organization, you may be heard about a couple of terms like ISaaS or a SaaS or a PaaS. So SaaS stands for a software as a service and platform as a service. These all are service models. It depends upon how this is being implemented and who is responsible for what. Because if you are taking a data center stack, there is a different layers is been coming, like, so it's based on like where you are going to manage, and it's like how this responsibility is coming to a picture. It's based on that. This is being classified as a three. One is called software as a service and platform as a service, and you can see something as a infrastructure as a service. So you'll be able to see 3 service model also. We'll see one by one. So right now you need to understand there is a 3 service model is been available. One is called ISaaS, PaaS, and SaaS also. And this cloud can be deployed in a 4 mode. Generally, it's been be deployed as a private cloud and a community cloud and a public cloud, and you have a hybrid cloud also. And it's called a private cloud, community cloud, public cloud, and hybrid cloud and private. This is a 4 model right now. It's been available. Now we'll see one by one what is the difference between this public and private and all these options, and we'll see how this deployment model can be done. So right now you need to understand all IT infrastructure models are not cloud computing. NASD given a beautiful explanation for this. So it has to meet the 5 characters and 3 service models and 4 deployment model. So let's try to understand one by one what is the difference. And you can use this link for downloading this beautiful explanation. And who is given this explanation? This is being given by NIST. NIST stands for National Institute of Standard and Technology. It's a US Department of Commerce. So this is the definition Microsoft NASD is given. Now let's try to understand one by one. Now cloud concept we understood. So right now the discussion, like last 30 minutes of discussion, it's about understanding the cloud concept. Right now we understood it's like you are not purchasing the document, you are not purchasing the hardware, because in the case of a on-premises or of a location or the existing infrastructure, whenever you need any servers or it's been any asset, generally used to purchase through a purchase order, and this is being implemented in your on place. Now when it is coming to cloud computing, you are not investing any money through a capex cost. So all the resources being taking through a concept of a renting. So you are using a concept of pay as you go model. So you will be going to pay. It's similar like a Uber service. Now it's pay for what you use, and it's been all the application is been run in a data center which is hosted in the CSP. So CSP stands for cloud service provider. So we have Amazon or vendors which we had discussed yesterday. They are providing this one. Now CSP is responsible for all the services being up to date. So CSP, the vendor who is responsible for managing your hardware, they are responsible for providing a physical security, and they are providing all the facility like a DR or availability. It's been um, can be it's been provided by the cloud service provider. Now we'll see one by one. Right now we understood like NIST is given a beautiful explanation for your cloud computing. So you can see it has to meet the 5 characters. This is a mandatory one. And the 3 model generally we are deploying, that's a public cloud or a private or a hybrid. And you have a option of 3 service model also. It's been software as a service or a PaaS platform. This is called SaaS. Or ISaaS. These are the short name or abbreviations generally we are using. So SaaS, PaaS, and ISaaS. Now let's try to understand the first character called on-demand service. So on-demand service generally like it's based on your own demands. It's called on demand. If the customer has got a requirement of one customer, like we have a one user is looking for a SQL server. Now, in a normal scenario, like if you're working on a on-premises or a collocation one, if someone is needed a SQL server, first they will make a budget. Second thing, we need to make a purchase order. Third thing, we have to order the server. Fourth thing, it will deliver. Fifth thing, we need to connect with coordinate different teams. It can be Windows operations, or it's been networking, or it's been provisioning, or Active Directory, or data center thing. So we need coordination. And third one, it's been a configuration. Fourth thing is releasing. Now, this is the normal way of approach currently you're doing in your on-premises infrastructure. Right now, just think like in your office, if someone is looking for a SQL server or a DB server, or someone need a virtual machine, you have to go through all these steps, right? You need to take a business approval, then you need to go for a budgeting, purchase order, and it's been a physical delivery of the machine and a configuration. So if you're taking end-to-end action from the uh, submitting a request to till releasing the server, if you're considering minimum, you will take a 1 week time. You will be taking 1 week time. And it can be more than months. It can be months also. Depends upon how your business is handling. So it can be 1 week, and it can be 1 month, and sometimes it can be 6 months also. So this is a normal way. So now the customer is actually having a busy season, like for a Christmas, there is a e-commerce, like he is hosting some e-commerce application. So New Year time and Christmas time, they need a requirement of a 10 servers. Now I don't have time in front of me. So this was the scenario, or this was the case, or this was the challenge right now you are been facing on in a on premises, or it's on the on-demand service, or it's in a normal on-premises situation. Now, when it is coming to on-demand service, you will be able to provision the servers. There is a 2 term it's been coming to picture. It's been like so one first term is called provisioning. Second one is called decommissioning. There are 2 terms is coming. One is called provisioning, and second one is called decommissioning. So in the case of a cloud computing, you don't need to work, or you don't need to wait 1 month or a 1 week or a 6 months. With the help of a management tools, like right now the customer is having a requirement of SQL server. Now you, for this example, this is the user. Now with the help of a management tool, for example, like this a cloud data center. Now with the help of a management tool, there are a lot of management tools it's been currently available. It can be Azure portal, or it can be Azure shell, or Azure PowerShell, or a CLI. With the help of a management tool, it can be any management tool. It's which one is your convenient and it is easy, flexible for you. You can use that. With the help of a management tool, you will be able to connect to cloud service provider. So this can be a Microsoft, or this can be Azure, or this can be any other vendor. So you'll be able to connect to Microsoft Azure data center with the help of a management tool, and with the help of a couple of a small self-service requests, you will be able to provision the device, or you will be able to provision the resource. You don't need to wait 1 week or 2 weeks, or you don't need to wait. Um, you don't need to wait 1 month. So this is the way generally it's been configured. Just give me a second. Sorry guys, just got an emergency call. Okay, now we were discussing about a term called on-premises self-service. So I was giving a scenario like, if the user is, or if we have a user who is requesting for a SQL server in a normal on-premises scenarios, it is generally taking 1 week, or it's been 1 month time. Now with the help of a cloud technology or a cloud infrastructure, within a fraction of minutes, you will be able to provision the servers. Means you don't need to wait for other teams to get involved. Let me show you how this has been done. It's with the help of a self-service portal. So generally, I was saying like there is a different management tools option is generally available. So portal.azure.com, like if you want to connect to Microsoft uh, cloud data center, we generally using a URL called portal.azure.com. So if you want to connect using a browser, if you want to connect to Microsoft data center, portal.azure.com is the link generally we are using. You can bookmark it. Now, how to connect, and what are the credentials you need, and how to create an account, that you will be discussing the second part of this today's session. Right now, you need to understand, if you want to connect to Microsoft data center, portal.azure.com is the link generally we are using. Now, when you're connecting this portal.azure, it will ask you for signing. And right now we haven't created any account. So let me type the detail. Just give me a second. Let me give you the details. I'm just typing the credentials and details. So right now I've given my username and password, and this is being connected to Microsoft side. Now this is the portal, or this is the console generally you are getting. So with the help of this, you will be able to create a resource, or you will be able to configure things on the Microsoft portal. Right now, you don't need to worry about how this is been connecting and what are the options right now we are seeing on this portal. Nothing to worry about this. Right now, we are trying to understand a concept called on-demand service. Now, I was saying like one customer is looking for a SQL server. Now, in a normal scenario, like in a normal on-premises scenario, the customer was taking a 1 week, or it's 1 month, or it's been it's some time for delivering that missions. Like if the customer is requesting, there is a lot of process to be completed. Now, when it is coming to Azure side, it is very easy. Like if the customer is need a SQL server, you need to just select the name, and this all it's been self-service. You don't need to do anything. There is no rocket science here. You need to just simply give these details, and for example, like they need a SQL server, just give SQL server. Don't worry about this option. So we'll have detailed discussion. Now, this is the place he can select the data center, like which data center this he need this server. For example, like if the user is from South Africa North, he can give a South Africa or a Germany, or it's been like depends upon which country they need. For example, like if they want to connect something, some area in east US, it's North Sweden, I'm just selecting in Sweden, and I'm just giving the details. Just give a username and password. Just give, that's all. I'm just giving your next details. Just create. Now just compare the time. See, right now I just submitted a request. Model of ordering a computer. Right now you can see I just submitted. Right now the deployment is in progress. So you can see it's taking only 1 to 2 minutes time. Within that, it's been the deployment or the configuration, it's been over. So right now you can see this installation, or it's been configuration, it's in a progress. Now all these options we are done with the help of a self-service. Like you just need to give the server name, some basic details needs to be uh, configured, or it's being given on the portal. Automatically it's been deployment, it's happening in the backend. So this option or this process is generally known as a provisioning the server. Like you're just provisioning. Right now you can see deployment it's been created. Right now your virtual machine is been ready. Now if someone wants to connect to this, it's very simple. So you can just connect using this IP address or whatever it's been available. It's on the private or a private IP address or a public IP address. You will be able to connect. Right now I'm just connecting. You can see I'll be able to connect to my SQL server. So you can see within a fraction, I think we took only 2 or 3 minutes for delivering this VM to my client. So this is called on-demand service. So it's based on the demand. We are able to create a virtual machine without not much complex process. Like in a previous case, we need to work with a vendor, we need to deliver, and we need to mount it on a rack server or a cabling. A lot of activity was there. Right now, you can see the VM or the computer it's been delivered to my customer. Now I need to just configure the application on top of that. There's only action is needed. So this option is known as on-premises or provisioning this or on-demand service. Now I have a situation right now. I have implemented similarly 1,000 or 100 machine. Now busy season is over. In a normal scenario, like if you have configured or if you have purchased a 10 machine, we are not in a position to uh, decommission that because there is any capex cost to us involved, and you still keep on paying the amount for that, right? Now, when you have in a Azure side, once you provision the server, now for example, like this SQL server demand or it's the requirement, it's been over. Right now, the Christmas season is over, my New Year season is over, or my starter company is thinking like the testing is over, so I can decommission also. I'm saying like I can decommission. I just need to select and just delete, and I'm just give yes. I can delete also. Now, if I'm deleting this one, I need to pay only for how much time I have used. It's if I use only 1 minute or a 2 minutes, or if it's 100 minutes, or if it's 1,000 minutes, or it's been 1 year, I need to pay only for that cost. I don't need to pay anything extra. Now, if in the case of on-demand or in a normal collocation one, I'm paying for the entire configuration or the entire server asset. I'm paying the amount. Right now, you're deleting this computer. Right now, my requirement is over. I'm just deleting the computer. You can see it's been deleting. So I'm going to pay only for how much time I'm using this computer. There's a difference. Now, this feature is generally known as on-demand service. So on-demand service, it's like uh, it's with the help of it's a less human interaction. Like you need to have automation, you can use it, or you can use a portal, and with the help of that, you will be able to add, or you'll be able to provision the resource, or you will be able to decommission the resource also. Now at any point of time, right now you have configured a server with a 10 GB RAM. You added for this virtual machine, you configured a RAM of 10 GB. Now business is saying like, hey, my server is getting slow and I have some couple of issues. I have like I need more server, more memories to be added. So in that case, it's been easy for you to add additional resource. You don't need you don't need to wait for data center team or the provisioning team to be deliver a RAM or additional resource into a data center. So this all action can be done with the help of an on-demand service. So it's like a simply you'll be able to add with the help of on-demand service. Now, rapid elasticity and scalability. It's the whatever options we are discussed right now. That's been coming under rapid elasticity and scalability. Like uh, I was giving an example like in a busy season, like if we need some additional server, for example, like you may be doing some testing of some application or it's been a database. You have a requirements of 10 servers or a 20 server. In a normal old days, we are purchasing through a capex cost. Now with the help of a cloud computing, it will be easy for you to provision for 3 months. And after 3 months, once your project is over, you will be able to decommission also. And second thing, it's like there is some feature is called auto scaling. It's auto scaling is something like you implemented a couple of servers. You implemented, for example, like a 10 servers or 2 servers. Now it's a busy season time. If the server is in peak load or it's on high load, you will be able to add some features called auto scaling. That means you will be whenever there is any requirement, automatically we can add a couple of servers to it. So this is the way generally this has been working. So this generally it's been considered under as a scalability and a rapid elasticity. Now, when it is coming to a connection part, now when you're considering your old data center, or if in a normal way, or in a normal traditional on-premises solution. Your all hardware, all devices is being hosted in the your own company data center. So like it can be servers or it can be a network solution. All the resources being connected in your own company data center. So and all the users, you will have an internal network here. So can be you have an internal network here. You'll be using through a switch or a router into a data center. Now, if you want to connect it from external or from another branch or from your office, generally you will be connecting to internet through wide area network, and your office network will be connected to externally through using a router, and internally you'll be connecting to company data center. So this is the way normal traditional on-premises data center or it's been concept is working. Now, when it is coming to cloud data center, instead of connecting to your own data center, you will be connecting to cloud service data centers. So instead of connecting to your own on-premises data center, you'll be connecting to Microsoft, or it's been the cloud service. It can be AWS, or it can be a Google, or it can be any other provider. You'll be connecting through a internet. So you'll be configuring all the information to be on it, or it's been connecting to Microsoft Cloud Data Center. Now I know there will be a lot of questions it's been coming related to security, or how the connection is being made, how I can access my resource, how it's been separated from other clients. So there is a lot of question maybe coming related to security aspects. So don't worry about this. So this will be understanding like when we are getting to network security or security session. So right now you need to understand in case of a cloud access, the resource, or generally the term generally we are using in a cloud called resource. So resource means that it can be a VM, it can be a VNet, any component which is providing or which is making a service to your client, that generally calling it as a resource in the cloud scenarios. So it's resource, it's been hosted in the cloud data center. So all the resource will be in the cloud data center using a WAN or using a with the help of a net. Or there are some situation if you want to interconnect with your existing on-premises data center. For example, like I have one data center in Indonesia. It's my on-premises data center. My HR application or my finance or a critical application is hosted in on-premises one. Now, if you want to connect to Microsoft or a cloud service, cloud data center, that connection also it's been possible. So this generally doing with the help of a concept called VPN. So there is a concept called VPN. So with the help of virtual private network, with the help of that, you will be able to connect on premises to your cloud data center. Or if you want to use, if you have a user who is working from home, the same model, if they want to connect, if you want to make this connection, it's a secured, we'll be using a concept called P2S VPN. So that's a private to site VPN kind of thing. So it's called point to site VPN. So we'll be discussing all these points in the networking and network security session. Right now, end of this session, you need to understand all resource or the servers or all IT infrastructure assets. It's not hosted in your premises. It's been hosted in the cloud data center. That's the update I need to give you on this part. It's called cloud data center. So this is about the connection part. Now resource pooling. So resource pooling, it's been you already maybe quite familiar about the term called resource pooling. Resource pooling means that basically the cloud is using it's the backend, like when you are connecting. Right now we understood like when you're hosting any resource on a Microsoft cloud, we understood like it's Microsoft cloud or any other cloud vendors is been hosting all these resources in their own data center. Typically, the difference between your normal or the infrastructure assets, it's been shifted to cloud. So typically, even though if you're using a cloud infrastructure, in the backend, whether if you're using whether if the Microsoft is been providing a cloud source or infrastructure to you, or a Google or AWS, in the backend, they are using a typical on-premises data centers only. This all resource is being hosted in the data center. Now, how data So backend, all the cloud, like the cloud is working, or it's been the basic concept, or is the base model, or it's been like the critical component for any cloud computing. It's been the critical component for the cloud. It's been server virtualization. So that's the important point you need to remember here. It's been like the cloud, it's been connected, or it's been working with the help of a server virtualization. For example, like if the user is giving a request of a VM, typically it's been connecting with the help of a management tool through a API. There is something called orchestrator APIs, and there is some components generally using that we'll be discussing in the next slide. So when it is connecting, the cloud will be using a component called fabric controller. With the help of a fabric controller, this will be connecting to your hypervisor in your server. Hypervisor, which you discussed yesterday, like you have a server one, type 1 and type 2 hypervisor. So type 1 and type 2 hypervisor will provision the resource. This is the way generally it's been using. Now, how this resource pooling is coming? Your hypervisor, it's been using whatever resource it's been available on each server or a data center, and with the help of a virtualization technology, this has been assigned to, it's based on the request. So we'll be seeing like how this resource pooling it's been coming to picture when we are getting to the technical part, like when we are provisioning a VNet or a virtual machine, we'll be seeing this option, like how resource pooling it's happening on the ground level. So we'll be discussing this multi-tenant model in a later session. Now, next feature or next character, it's called measured service. So measured service is nothing. We understood like if you're using a cloud model, we are using it's a pay as you go model. That's mean a pay as you go model generally it's been using. So pay as you go model is something like this similar like your Uber or a Yola, or it's similar like your electricity bill. It's been like you'd be getting a monthly bill, like you will be paying only for what you use. It's like it's similar like your Prime Video, or it's been like you're using Hotstar, right? You will be taking a subscription, right? If you want to use this one, you are using a subscription, so you'll be getting it 1 month or a 2 months, or it's been 6 months or a 1 year. Similar way here also, it's been charge or the paying, it's been a monthly, or it can be yearly also can be configured. So this is generally known as a measured service. So for example, like you use a SQL server for 55 minutes, so you'll be paying only cost for that. Now this bill or the amount or all these things is been depends upon what service he is using. Is it ISaaS or a PaaS or a SaaS? It's based on that you will be able to build. So this building it's been done. How this building it's been mapped? It's been mapped to a subscription. So you need, if you want to use Microsoft or any cloud, the first important point, you need an account. Inside an account, you need something called subscription. It's similar like your Prime Video or a Hotstar, or it's been Netflix. So if someone want to use this application, generally what you are doing, you are downloading this is from your Android Play Store, or in your browser, you are connecting to this website. The first action you are doing, it's like if someone need a Prime Video, first you will create an account. Once the account is been created, next you will take your plan, right? You need a 3 month plan or a 6 month plan, or you need a 1 year plan or a 5 year plan. You will opt that. Similar way here also, if someone is need to use a cloud model, if I need to use a cloud infrastructure, the first action it's like I need to create an account. Now for a billing purpose, I need to create a subscription. Then under the subscription, you will do all this resource management. So typically we have considered like if any IT infrastructure, if they want to meet a cloud, if they're saying like this is a cloud infrastructure, this has to meet all these points. Like it has to meet on-demand service, broad network access, resource pooling, rapid elasticity, and measured service. Now I'm just pausing here. So if you have any question related to this cloud characters, we can have a discussion and debate. And if you're good, we'll be moving to the next topic. So you can use the chat window if you have any questions. So we have a good number of people who's been joined today, and you can use this chat window for answering or it's been asking the questions. So if you're good, you can just mark it as a good, and if there is any doubt, I request you to post that question through the chat option through the chat window. So if you're good, I request you everyone to post that also. So we all will be on the same page. So I can ensure that so we both are also on the same page and you're uh, understood what our topics we've been discussed so far. John, thank you, John. John, and it's been concept has been clear to John. So I request the rest of the members also to wash. Yeah, thank you, EP. It's been Is there any free account? Yeah. Yeah, Tyagarajan, we will be discussing that point. Yes. Generally, we are using a pay as you go model. I think I covered this topic yesterday. I think you missed yesterday's session. Uh, all the cloud vendors, especially on Microsoft and AWS, generally they are giving that account can be used for 30 days, and there are free service been valid for 1 year also. So I'll be showing you like how to create a free account today. So you'll be able to practice all the labs on your own virtual environment today. So we'll be touching upon that point. So few people it's been confirmed, it's been good. I'm just waiting for the rest of the members also to just type. Uh, you can use that, but Elvin, I prefer you to go for a free account at least the initial time, because if you already got a subscription on an official subscription, if you're making any mistake or if you're unnecessarily if you're installing any resource, that will be charged to your company. So I prefer you to go for a free account for at least the starting or the learning time. Otherwise, if you're making any mistake, that may affect your organization also. Maybe like if you're playing with a subscription or adding a resource or a firewall, or if you're configuring any kind of a resource on the Azure portal, that may affect or that may end up with an outage in your organization. So better, I mean, like if you're planning to do a self-learning, let's at least 1 month practice the things, understand the concept of the cloud with the help of a free account rather than going for your official account and official subscription. So that is the advice I have you. So right, you can use if you're 100% confident, if you're able to manage, you can use it. But I prefer you to go for a free account first, because I have seen like many times it's people, maybe it's working many trainings. I've seen this, like people will come with their official account and they will do some VPN configuration or a firewall. Finally, there will be an outage in that organization. So better go for a free account first. Now let's move to the first question for the day. So this is the first question for you, and you can mark your answer in the chat window. So like, what is the answer for this question? So the question is like, which authority is being published a definition for a cloud computing. So who is given a beautiful explanation for cloud computing. So that like there is a 5 model or 5 characters, or there's a 3 service deployment model, or 4 service model. There's some beautiful explanation we got. So these are the common questions I have seen, like it's on a AZ900 exam. Right? So AZ900 exam is a common question we used to get. So, so I'm request everyone to post this for self-evaluation. If you are understood the topics been so far we have covered, you can you'll be able to answer this question. So few people it's been confirmed the answer is B, yes. So NIST is the organization. It's given a beautiful explanation for your cloud computing, and we understood there is a 5 model and service models and deployment model. It's been required for all the IT infrastructure. Then only we can call this as a cloud computing. Now with this note, let's take a 5 minutes break. Then we'll be moving to the next topic. It's called service deployment model and service models and deployment model. So let's take 5 minutes, and after the break, we'll be moving to the next topic for it's called service models and deployment model. Thank you. Let's take a 5 minutes break.
Hello. Hello.
So thank you all, and I hope all are back. I think yes. Hello. Yeah. Hey, cheese, and I think it's new. I think look like it's new people has been joined. So thank you all. Yeah. So let's go back to the discussion. So thank you all, and so the before break, we had a discussion on we understood the definition of a cloud computing, and we understood like what are the characters you are getting on a cloud. Now in the next session, we'll be discussing about the service models, and we'll see like how what are the different service models being currently available, and we'll see like what are the different public models it's been available from NASD. Now, when we are discussing about cloud definition, we understood like there are four model or three service deployment model it's been available from, or it's been given by NASD. So the first model is known as SaaS. You have a PaaS, you have ISaaS. So SaaS stands for software as a service, PaaS stands for a platform as a service, and you have ISaaS also. It's been the infrastructure as a service. So these are the three service model. It's been supported on Microsoft, and there is some documents or some vendors you may be seeing like anything as a service, like a SaaS also. There are different other models also available, but generally in NASD you'll be able to see three definition like a SaaS, PaaS, and ISaaS. Those are three models generally you'll be able to see. One model is been built on top of another. So we'll see like what is the difference between this software as a service or a platform as a service or a infrastructure as a service. Now, before moving to the cloud technology, let's understand how your data center has been working. Now, if you're taking a data center stack, this is generally known as a stack. It's like if you're taking in a data center, so these are the different layers or there are different responsibilities generally coming to in your IT infrastructure. So you'll have facility, you need a networking, you need a storage, you need a compute, hypervisor, operating system, and application and data. So these are the general normal Azure stacks. So if you're taking your existing infrastructure, or if you're already part of a working in a data center room or a data room, you may be observed like these are the different stack layers it's been currently available. Now, this ISaaS or a PaaS or a SaaS, it's been defined. It's based on this stack model. It's based on the responsibility, like where the client is for the responsibilities it's coming for your client, or what is the responsibility the cloud service provider it's been handling. So based on this data center stack, it's been defined. Now these are the shared responsibility. So it's all this PaaS or a SaaS or a SaaS. it's been defined, it's based on responsibility. Right now we understood like in a cloud scenario, your IT infrastructure has been moved from your office to cloud. So your servers or a network or your components or application or a database, everything is been moved to cloud. Now I'm getting a question, who will manage my operating system? So if I need to make some kind of a operating system related changes, for example, like I need to do some patch management, who will do? Or if I need to make some configuration changes, who will do? Is it's been done by Microsoft or is it done by me? So I'm getting a question here. It's based on a responsibility. Now, if you're taking your data center stack, these are the layers available. Now I'm getting a question, who will do storage management? Is it done by me or is it done by the cloud service provider? Or who will do this operating system management? Is it by me or it's been the cloud service provider? So it's based on who is handling what, or from which layer onwards the users or which layer onwards the cloud service provider is taking a responsibility. It's based on this classification stack. Right now you can see there is a green color it's been given. It's like a managed by you, and you can see a blue color also. You can see this is by managed by the cloud service provider. And these are the different layers it's been available, or the stack layers it's been available. I hope this is clear. Now let's see one by one. The one model or the first model we have discussed yesterday, it's about on-premises one. Is the on-premises is the first model or existing infrastructure currently it's been available in the organization. Now, in the case of an on-premises data center or in the on-premises infrastructure, all these layers, it's a data or application or a compute or a storage or a network or a facility, all these layers is been managed by you. Because yesterday we understood the concept of cloud computing, right? We understood like how cloud computing has been operating and how on-premises has been operating, and what is the need of a cost, or uh, what is the difference between on-premises and cloud. All these points has been considered yesterday. So in the case of a on-premises one, the one point we understood yesterday, it's like all the asset is being owned by you, and there is a capex cost also is there, and there is no involvement of a CSP because all the infrastructure it's been hosted in your data room or a data center. Clear? It's been data center or a data room only. This your infrastructure is it's been hosted. Now, who will take care of this management, or who will take care of this end-to-end management? Obviously it's you only, or the business or the client only. So in the case of a cloud computing in an on-premises one, all the layers management is being done by the you. That's called on-premises one. That's the reason I given all the management is in green color. It's been handled by you. Now when it is coming to next model, it's called a collocation one. In a collocation case, we understood like the network and facility we are taking from a vendor. Vendor is responsible for that. They will be responsible for providing a availability, or they will be responsible for providing the facility and network solution to you. So this kind of a model generally known as a collocation model. So collocation model is something like it's been the vendor specific one. It's been the few component or a few layer. It's been handled by the vendors like a KDDS or China Telecom or Equinix. There are some vendors which we have discussed yesterday. So we had a discussion on who is holding the market and what kind of facility we are getting, and we had a comparison between collocation versus on-premises also. So all these points will be covered yesterday. Now, when it is coming to collocation one, will be responsible to provide 100% of uptime for your uh, electricity, and they'll be responsible for making there is a proper connectivity between your office and your facility also. So this means responsibility of a collocation one. Now, when it is coming to infrastructure as a service, the short form generally we are is called as ISAS. ISAS is something infrastructure as a service. So ISAS is generally take care or it's been handling a all virtual machines, all the compute resource, all databases, all these things generally known as it's been coming under ISAS one. So if you're your VM or a V networking or a storage network operating system, all these components, you can see the servers and storage, networking or a data centers, all this coming under ISAS products. So in the ISAS case, so it's been more basic computer resource been coming under ISAS, and infrastructure is been provided and managed by the over internet. We'll see how it's been done. Now, in case of ISAS or the infrastructure as a service case, we understood there is a two stakeholders is by default it's been coming to which are in cloud. One is you and second one is your service cloud service provider. Now in a ISAS or in an infrastructure as a service, you have all this stack data center layers is available. Now when you're using an ISAS model, the customer or the client getting an access from the operating system onwards. I don't have access to compute, I don't have access to storage, or I don't have access to network, or I don't have access to facility also. So all these things is being managed by cloud service provider. Let's see what is that. Right now you can see if I'm configuring a for example, like if I need to create a virtual machine, right now you can see, or it's I think we already created a virtual, also it's we are deleted, right? Let's create one more virtual machine for a lab purpose, just called a server one. I'm just given right now you can see I am selecting my image. I'm selecting this is my operating system. For example, like 2019 is the operating system I need. I'm just giving right now you can see I'm just given my OS image details. I just given review and create. So having done any configuration on a storage or a network, or it's been on the underlying or the backend or the activities, right? I just connected, I just selected like this is the operating system I need. Now, if you can see here, just create. Let's see what is happening on the server side. Wait for a minute. Right now you can see the deployment, it's in a progress state. Deployment has been completed, and you can see here I'm connected directly to this server. So as a user or as an admin, I'm going to access directly from here. So I'll be connecting directly from here. I'll be connecting here. So I'm not going to do any kind of a underlying hardware management. I'm not worrying like on which VM. For example, like if you're taking any VM here. So for example, like if I'm creating any VM. So this VM is, I've created a server one. So this VM is actually in backend. It's when then created inside a physical hardware, right? So this physical hardware, or in which physical machine this VM is been placed, or management of this physical hardware, like any technology refreshment, or if I need to add some additional RAM or a storage or any patch management on the server, this is not being handled by me. So I'll be getting an access, or I'm responsible from the VM management onwards. In a normal scenario, like if you're using or if you have created any VM on your physical servers on hosted in your on-premises data center, physical management of the hardware or the physical technology refreshment of your system or the data room or a data center management was handled by you. Now, in the case of ISaaS, this has been handled by the cluster service cloud service provider, and you're not responsible for that. So, so this is the way it's been handled. So it's called ISaaS one. So this means the customer is getting access from operating system onwards. So that means the hypervisor. So when the moment you're giving like I need a configuration of Windows Server 2019, and I need a configuration of 2 GB, 10 GB hard disk, or whatever configuration you are given, the request will go to the FC controller, and FC controller will be connected to hypervisor. So hypervisor and all this, which hypervisor it's using on the backend. So Microsoft may be using a Hyper-V, or they may be using a VMware workstation, or they may be using a third party. We don't know what is that. What is the backend they are using? So I given a request of this is the configuration I need. Microsoft will ensure that that will be installed or that will be configured based on your request. So I'm getting as a user, my responsibility is coming from here. My responsibility is like a management of a VM, and whatever application I'm installing on top of my VM, that application management or the data management is coming to my responsibility. So this kind of a model generally known as ISaaS, that's called infrastructure as a service. So I'm responsible for VM management onwards, the compute management onwards. So Gartner is the organization. So you may be seeing this Gartner report. It's been um, you may be seeing this consulting firm reports on Twitter, or it's been LinkedIn. So Gartner is an actually a consulting firm. It's been headquarters. It's been in the US, and it's basically they are into this technology research, and it's been the market analysis. It's been a technology term. They used to do all kind of consulting kind of activity. It's been founded in 1979, if I'm not wrong. So this is generally giving all this kind of a report. This is basically all the leaders or the business has been taking a decisions. Most probably it's based on the report from a Gartner's only. So as per the Gartner latest survey, this survey I just took in 2022. This is 2022 also. It's been 2021 report also. It's been available in the net. Now, as per the Gartner analysis, market analysis, Microsoft, AWS, and Google are the leaders in the ISaaS product, and other vendors like Alibaba or Oracle or IBM and other clouds also. It's been the upcoming vendors in the ISaaS. So Typically, the three leading vendors is the Microsoft and other two only. So Microsoft is one of the upcoming, or it's been the leading players. Now, when it is coming to ISaaS model, in the Microsoft Azure case, we understood like this is the ISaaS is the most basic computing service kit, and this is been using for a pay-as-you-go model. It's been instant computing infrastructure, and all these details you are generally you are getting. Now, this is a link you can use for referring all the difference between what is a private or a public or a hybrid cloud. I'm just pasting on the chat window, so you can just bookmark this this link. So, what is a public and private and hybrid cloud? So, this link or this reference may be useful for you, and you can refer this also. So, this is additional learning. So, these are types of cloud computing. So, you can refer these links also. These are two links. It's been useful for you. Now, and ISAS one. So if you want more information, this is a link. It's been useful link for you. Just pasting these details on the chat window. So this four link has been useful for ISAS case. Now, when it is coming to a PaaS one, before moving to the PaaS one, right now we understood ISAS is how generally it's been working. Now, ISAS can be configured in a three ways in a Microsoft Azure. So first one, it's like this can be configured in a shared physical server, or it can be configured in dedicated physical server, and this can be configured in a bare metal server. Now we'll see what is the one difference between one by one. What is the so we right now you need to understand this ISAS can be configured in three model. One is a so it's been shared physical server, and it's been dedicated physical server, and you have a dedicated bare metal also. Now we understood like it's based on the responsibility, how it's been handled or how this has been configured. It's based on that ISaaS or a PaaS or a SaaS model has been defined. Now, when it is coming to a shared physical server, right now, if you are creating a VM, I'm just giving example. Now, one user is requesting for a VM. Saying that I need a VM of SQL server. So this will be connecting to Microsoft Azure portal. Now Azure portal is using some kind of a technologies in the backend. So you maybe it's heard about. It's like when you are giving a request, it's be connecting to API, right? First it will be connecting to API and Microsoft portal. Microsoft portal backend they will be using a fabric controller. So backend they have some software which will be available, some that's called fabric controller. So this fabric controller, for example, like SQL server, when at the time of a request, you are saying like, I need a Windows Server 2019, and this configuration needs to be configured in a Sweden data center. I'm just giving, or you're saying like this needs to be in the US data center. So this request will go here. This will send it to fabric controller. Fabric controller will connect to US data center. Now US data center request is received. Now in US data center, you will have n number of servers is been available. You have one server here, second server is here, and third server is here, right? And US data center, the VM is been created. Now, whenever you are creating or whenever you are saying a request like a create a VM, normally the packet flow or this is the model or this is the metrics it's been followed. Now, if I'm saying here, the fabric controller decide like just go and create a VM here. So your first VM here. So if you're giving another request like SQL, another SQL request, so this VM is will be creating on another data center, another physical server. Now I'm connecting. Now this person is connecting Apple company. This guy also is giving similar kind of a request. So the same server, your Apple VM also it's been created. So this is the VM from Orange company, and this is the VM from Apple company. That means same physical server. That means the physical server is been shared here, right? You can see here it's been shared. All the requests like it's been on the same server. It's similar like whenever you're booking a Uber or Ola, you're booking an option like a shared pool or a carpooling. You're selected. You selected a carpooling. So the same car, it's like first traveler is joining, second traveler is joining. So and you booked a carpool option. Similar way, you used a server pool option here. Now the customer is thinking like, hey, I am going to airport. I don't want another person is joined to join along with me. So I can go for a dedicated physical server, saying that I need a dedicated car for me. So I'll drive. So no, I'm not driving here. I don't want another passenger, co-passengers to be joined. So right now, this is a scenario. Like if it is a shared physical server, this similar like your carpooling. That means in the same server, the physical server is been shared between different clients. So you may be having the VM from Orange company, or the same server may be hosted with the VM from another server. Yes, I'm agreeing there is some securities measures is been taken by the cloud service provider. We are agreeing on that point. But as part of your company policy, as part of your company compliance, like you don't want you to host the same servers on the you don't want the servers to be hosted or being shared between the multiple clients. That is a legal issues for your company, because you want a dedicated server, you need a dedicated car, you don't not interest for a carpooling kind of option. So let's understand the shared physical server first, then we'll move for a dedicated car or the dedicated server. So shared pool, this is very simple. This is like it's been shared between multiple clients, and whatever hardware it's been available on the server, this has been shared between this between the different clients. This similar like the fare or the price or the charge, it's been shared between the passengers. It's like in your office, you're using a carpooling and you're going, and whatever amount or the taxi charge you're getting, you're sharing between the passengers. So same way. Now, so if you're sharing between multiple clients, obviously this will have a least expensive option. And this is the most deployed option generally we are customers are using. So this most deployed or the common option generally we are using. So whenever you are creating, simply if you are creating a VM or any resource on a Microsoft cloud, by default, this is going and using a shared physical server. Now, my customer or your company is saying like, hey, no, I don't need this kind of a shared model. I need a dedicated physical server. So if there is any request, this server is the physical server is been dedicated for Orange server, or I need another server. It's been dedicated for Apple. So if there is any request is coming, your Fabric controller will evaluate what is the credential or what is the SSO is being using, and you have option for selecting, do you need a shared or a physical server? So dedicated physical server. So at the point you're selected, it's been host group. There is something called host group. So in your data center or in a cloud, you will be able to select something called host group. So you'll be able to select how many servers you want and which region you want. So whenever you're selecting, for example, like this is a training, and for example, like AZ104 batch, if you need a dedicated server, you can select which data center you want. So at the time of a VM creation, I'll get an option like, hey, do you need to create in a shared service, or you need a dedicated orange physical server? So I'll be able to select it here. So whenever I'm selecting, the option is a host group is orange, all the VM by default it will go and create inside this physical server. So if the moment if I select orange, it will go and create the VM inside here. Now if Apple user is been connecting and he's selecting Apple, instead of creating here, request will go and create inside this one. So this is something called a dedicated physical server. Now, the resource who is managing the VM creation, hypervisor is still managed by the CSP only. That means the virtualization software, that the hypervisor is a software generally we are using for uh, virtualization of your VMs or a compute resource, right? So that management is done by the CSP only. You're not responsible for that. So the management of that, it's been handled by your customer, or the VM or the resource which you're hosting on the Microsoft Azure side. It's not being shared with multiple customers. It's been available only for only, or it's been dedicated for you only. Now, there are some minimum length of agreement needs to be signed with the Microsoft to ensure that the physical server is being going to use for some time. Or there is I cannot say this as a concern. You need to think there is a cost also it's involved, because the cost is going to be a bit expensive, because you are going to hold a physical server for your organization. So there will be a charge for that also. So sometimes people may think like it's when we are putting a budget, people may be thinking like only the VM aspects. So whenever you're creating or it's been designing a dedicated VM on a dedicated physical server, there will be an additional charge also, because there will be a dedicated physical server. It's been aligned or it's been mapped for you. So it's been going to be a bit expensive one. So that's a model you need to think. So this is a way. So when you are getting a physical server here, so you are getting a dedicated physical server for you, but the difference is like hypervisor, it's been managed by the cloud service provider. Now in the another model, or when you're considering the dedicated or a physical, hypervisor is being managed by the vendor. Now the customer is again, or the client is saying like, I don't want my clients, the cloud service provider, to provision my virtual machine. The hypervisor also needs to be managed from the client side itself. So in that kind of a situation, you can go for a bare metal option. So bare metal option, you will get a dedicated physical server. There will not be any hypervisor, because in the previous case, hypervisor management or hypervisor or the backend virtualization is being handled by the client, by the CSP. So in a case of a bare metal option, you can have option of getting a dedicated physical server. So as a customer, I can decide what is the hypervisor to be used on my server. You can go for Microsoft Hyper-V, or you can go for Oracle, or you can go for VMware. The hypervisor can be managed from you. So in that case, hypervisor onwards management, it's been coming to your head, to your responsibility. That means management of the hypervisor, patch management of the host, or patch management of operating system, or hypervisor configuration. All the end-to-end activity for this has been responsibility of client. So rest of the things like a resource management or a storage or a network, this has been handled by the CSP. So this has been handled by the CSP. So that's about the bare metal one. So bare metal one, it's going to be a bit expensive one, and the advantage we are getting like hypervisor is been not installed by the cloud service provider. This has to be installed by the user. So there will be some kind of agreement, and understand this the uh, length of contract needs to be signed with the Microsoft. So these are three different models. Now, right now we understood like there are different models it's been available from ISAS case. Like it's been one model it's been like it's been shared, and second one it's been bare metal, and we have a dedicated also. Now, generally people may be getting a question, or maybe thinking like, who will do designing part? Who will be defining the IP address? And who is responsible for defining what is the configuration is needed for my VM? People may be thinking like, hey, this has been done by the Microsoft, or this has been done by the cloud service provider. Because when you're deploying any VM or any resource cloud, IP address is mandatory. You need to give a storage configuration. You need to define the firewall. You need to define the traffic management. You need to monitor your service. So there is a lot of configuration. It's been coming when you are implementing any infrastructure, whether it's been coming on premises, whether it's been coming on the cloud side. Now, who will do this architect part, or who will be doing the designing part? So this is it done by you, or it's been done by the Microsoft? So whether it's been coming on ISaaS or a PaaS or a SaaS, designing part is been the responsibility of the you, and it's been the responsibility of the business. Microsoft is being only the providing the infrastructure. Now, what is the IP address to be used in your inside your organization or inside your network? Or what is the IP address? What is the subnet to be used? Or how many firewall is needed in your organization? Or the traffic management? Or what is the packet to be allowed? Or what is the protocol? Or what is the application to be allowed inside this? Or how many VMs is needed? Or what is the NSG rules to be configured? Or what is the internal firewall to be used? And what is the application connectivities to be used? Or is there any VPN is needed? All this designing has to be done by EU only. It's not the responsibility of cloud service provider. It's similar like how the on-premises solution is been configured, how the on-premise solution is been designed. The same way, the ISaaS design has to be done by you. So it's been similar like how you're implementing the infrastructure or your uh, on-premises solution. That's important point you need to remember. Now, another option or common concern generally we used to get from the customers is like, hey, right now Robin, I have implemented my infrastructure on Azure side. Who will be taking a backup of this? Because right now you hosted VM on your cloud. Backup and restore is an important part, right? Now, who will be doing this one? Is it done by the Microsoft? No. By default, cloud providers is not taking any kind of a backup of your data. This is the responsibility of you or the IT team or a cloud administrator. You need to ensure that there is a proper backup is configured on the cloud. Now, how to configure this one, or is there any possibility to integrate the backup solution? That will be discussing in a later portion of the session. So right now you need to understand backup and restore is been responsibility of a cloud administrator, and it's not a responsibility of a cloud service provider. Now, if you want to go for a cloud service provider, you need to go for additional charge for that. By default, this is not being taken care by the cloud service provider. If you want to go for that, there should be some additional charges being involved. So that is the way backup it's been configured. Now, we have two more models been available. It's been from the cloud service providers. One is called platform as a service. Right now, whatever activities we are done, like operating system management or a patch management, or it's been the hypervisor, all these activities generally handled by the system administrators, because this is a normal role of a system administrator or infrastructure engineer. It's been the organization. Now just think like you are from a development background. You know only the coding, and it's been you're taking care of the database, or you're responsible for application management, and you don't have the time for managing the hardwares. You're not well skilled or competent for managing the infrastructure like a patch management or a configuration. Now in that kind of a situation, you can go for a model called PaaS service. So PaaS means that you will be getting all the infrastructure management will be handled by the cloud service provider. So there are a couple of managed services are available on the Microsoft Azure. So you'll be working directly on the development of the tool or a database or a business analytics tools kind of thing. So the packaging or you will be working on the deploying of the application, or you will be managing the working on the package or the code development part. Underlying hardware or underlying infrastructure is being managed by the cloud service provider. You don't have any responsibility of managing the hardware. So one example is like Azure Bastion service. You may be here in your organization may be using concept called Bastion service. You will be connecting to infrastructure using a Bastion service. So any kind of a testing or a deployment, or if we are getting access. So you can see here, in a normal case, in a ISaaS case, I was getting an access directly to here. I will start handling from a hypervisor onwards. So from here onwards, I was managing the things. Now I'm a developer, I'm an application member. I don't know how to manage VMware. I don't know how to manage operating system or how to do a patch management. So you can go for PaaS option. So PaaS means that all these options, all these verticals or layers will be managed by the CSP. You don't need to worry about this. Everything it's been managed by the CSP, and you will be responsible from the coding or a database or it's the development or a testing onwards. So you'll be responsible from that onwards. That's generally known as a platform as a service. So you'll be responsible only for that. So this is called a platform as a service. So there are a lot of products it's been available on the market. So as I said, it's like it's been kind of a framework. It can be used for build and test and deploy applications. So this is the way it's been used. So there's no need of concerned about the underlying infrastructure. So all the servers or storage, it's been managed by the customer, and generally this is been connecting by the portal or the cloud shell or the whatever other management tools generally we are using. Now, if you are taking market, there are a lot of past products is been available. Maybe some of the products maybe you are already familiar or you maybe already read about that. So you can have AWS, it's having a Elastic Beanstalk, and you have OpenShift. Microsoft also having both Azure PaaS and IaaS product, and you have Apache, and you have OpenShift, and you have IBM Bluemix. So these are the common PaaS service generally. It's been available from the on the or generally you will be able to see in the market. Now, when it is coming to character part, you have a ownership or the cloud ownership or the cost and all these things you will be able to see here. Like there is no upfront cost and customer is only using for what they use. So user ownership is responsible for on app development, and cloud providers is been not responsible for the OS management or a network configuration or a service configuration, and they'll be responsible for everything on the hardware part. So not the application or the development part. Now, next model is known as a SaaS. This already you are familiar with in your day-to-day one. So this similar like you are getting an access to application. Like uh, right now you're using a Google Drive. So this is the application you are using, right? You're just downloading the application and you're using. You are not worrying about what is the operating system or what is the hypervisor it's been used or what is the compute facility is being used or what is the storage is being used or what is the network is being used and what is the facility. As a user, as a customer, you're getting an access to the application. Example is a Google Drive. You as a customer, you are getting access to Google Drive or a Gmail or a WebEx. Right now, you're connected to Teams, right? For attending this session, you're using a Teams. You don't know what is the backend hardware or what can configuration or backend database is being used. If there is any issue, who will be responsible for that? That will be responsible by the cloud service provider or the application provider. So in your day-to-day operations, you are using a Google Apps or a Google Drive, or right now we are using a Teams, and we don't know what is the backend it's been using. What is the hardware it's been using? Is it a Dell or it's been a HP or it's been a Cisco uses? We don't have any kind of information. As a user, as a user, I'm getting an access to the application one. So I'll be connecting here, and on top of that, my data is being accessed. So this is the way generally the SaaS has been working. That's generally known as a software as a service. So as a user, I'll be getting access directly to the application side. So there is a lot of uh, advantages we are getting because you don't need to worry about the database, you don't need to worry about the hardwares, and you are going to pay only for what we use. So there is no upfront cost, only you need to pay for the subscription, whether it's been Prime or it's Google Drive or any other application. There will be some charges for the subscription or the account for accessing this one. You need some charge. So cloud, it's been responsible for managing all the application and infrastructure. Now, when you're using a this kind of application in a normal scenario or in your corporate world or it's in your organizations, if you're using or if you're bringing any kind of this application, uh, many times you may face a integration support. Like sometimes the application, for example, like you're introduce a Teams uh, in your office right now. In previously you were using a Lotus Note, and as per the business requirement, you introduce a Teams communication software in organization. Sometimes you may face something like integration support, like you may be not able to integrate with a couple of your legacy application or couple of legacy hardwares, or you may be not able to use this application on your legacy softwares, or it's been on a legacy hardware which currently you are using, or some kind of interoperability issues or a lack of integration sometimes you may face in your organization. So there's a one limitations or a concern generally I have faced in many of the customer place. If you are introducing a new cloud software or a cloud app, sometimes you that software or that may not be compatible with the existing infrastructure or existing hardware or software available in organization. So there is a chance of limitations or a concerns also. So this is the another point you need to remember. SaaS is generally having an annual subscription or a monthly. It's based on a, the product which you are going to use. So if you are using a Microsoft, you maybe see there is some charges for all these products. So this will be monthly or it will be in a yearly also. That's been you can see here. This has been charged monthly. So you need to subscribe that. So you need to use a credit card or a debit card needs to be used. So and uh, NIST is given a beautiful explanation for ISAS and PaaS and SaaS. And right now you can see there is a lot of new terminologies or key terms or new features is been available or introduced by the vendors. So right now the cloud vendors is having a competition. So they are coming with a lot of new products. You may be seeing like a database as a service or a software as a service or a monitoring as a service. There is a lot of new terms or a new products is being launched into the market. But you not see any standard definition on NIST because NIST is given explanation for three service models only. Now, other than these three, if you are seeing any service, generally we are defining this as a anything as a service. So it can be a storage as a service. So for example, if you can see Google Drive, Dropbox, Microsoft Drive, Amazon S3, all this can be considered as a storage as a service. So right now the competition is the between the cloud vendors and CSPs. So they are bringing new features and new technology or derivations or it's been key terms into the cloud market. So all this is being considered under anything as a service. Now overall, if you're considering on premises or it's been an ISaaS or a PaaS or a SaaS, all this it's been defined. It's based on the responsibility on which data center stack layers this has been access is been given, or which layer onwards this has been working. Based on that, it's been the classification is done. So on premises one, once again, I'm just let's recap. It's been everything is been managed um, by you only. And in ISaaS case, operating system onwards, the management is coming. PaaS case, it's been data onwards is coming. SaaS case, application onwards, the access you are getting. And this is the uh, cloud comparison generally you're doing. It's been more flexible for ISaaS. All the configuration has to be done by you. Platform case, this has been done by the cloud service provider. SaaS case also it's been done by the cloud service provider. So and PaaS is generally it's been recommended for the application development. SaaS is giving for the pricing model, and this is the way generally it's been configured. Now, if you want to get more information about the PaaS, and this is the document you can refer. I'm just pasting this on the chat window. And this is the PaaS. You can refer this document also. You can bookmark these links. This will be useful for you. And SaaS. This is for the SaaS document. You can refer this document also. And if you want to see all the different models, refer these links. So this link you can, it's been beautified, already defined all the category of the cloud. Okay, now before moving to the next topic, um, let's pose for a question. So if you have Q&A, so if you have any question related to PaaS, ISaaS or SaaS, you can post it on the chat window, or if you're good, you can mark it as like good, and we can move to the next topic. If you're good, request you to just confirm to the chat window. And if you have any question, you can go for unmute yourself. And if you want, if you're preferring for a video or audio, it's no question for me. You can go for that also. I'm all good. Thank you. We got a confirmation from AP. It's been like he's been good. The concept has been clear to him. That's good. I'm just waiting for the reply from the rest of the members because we are connected through virtually, and it's been like so and good. So John also, it's been confirmed. Good. Thank you, John. Good to go. Thank you, Shampoo. Kiran. Thank you, Irving. Just to ensure that we all are on the same page, and so that's the reason I'm just taking a feedback. So, because if someone is feeling like, hey, there's some confusion on a pass or ISA, let's have a debate and discussion so we can have a more discussion. It's good. So thank you. And I before moving to the next topic, let's have a in training assessment. So just for a self evaluation, like what concept it's been had a discussion. Let's have a question, and this is the first question for you. And this, let's make this is an option A. This is option B, and this is option C and D. So this is the first question for you. And this is a question. It's like, with an ISAS virtual machine on a shared and dedicator, at which level the customer or you are getting an access. So I request everyone to use chat window and post your answer. It's been A, B, C, or a D. And just to ensure that what topics we are discussed has been the concept is being clear to you, so you'll be able to answer this question. So yeah, good. It's like it's John, it's been mastered, it's been B, and yeah, it's been 2 people, it's been answered. I don't do a copy paste, okay? So this was self evaluation, and answer is C. And you need to just look into the question, right? It's not, I'm not discussing about PaaS or ISAS. PaaS or SaaS, the question is related to ISAS, okay? So answer for this question is, in an ISAS case, you're not working on application, right? Because SaaS case only the application it's me coming to each. Now the question is like in ISAS case, where your customer is getting an access. You're not working on the custom side, because the answer also wrong, because this is generally coming for a PaaS one. And this is coming in a SaaS one. And compute also no, because you're not working on a compute, because compute is been handled by the cloud service provider. So answer for this question is like operating system level onwards, the user is getting an access, because custom environment it's not for a ISAS, it's because that is generally using for a testing and one. And D means that SaaS generally getting like a Google Drive or a Gmail that generally is coming on the application. So answer for this question is B. So a few people it's been mentioned, it's been application and compute. No, answer for this question is B. Now let's move to next question. Don't answer. read this question first. Okay. Now you can answer A, B, C, D. Now you can read the question. This case it's a dedicated bare metal. Yes, yes, Shambhu. So like operating system patching or the security patching or a hot fix, all will be responsible of ours. Microsoft won't do anything. So the second question is about the dedicated bare metal. So in this case, how this has been done? This has been done on the compute side. So answer for this question is compute, because you are getting a dedicated physical server. So on top of that, you're working. Now this is the next question for you. This is about the pass one. In a pass one, how we are generally are getting. So it's so request everyone to post the answer. So answer for this question, it's like it's a pass generally using for a testing and deployment. So it's been in the CE level we are working. So it's been because you are getting option for editing or all these things. So answer for this, it's been custom environment. Now this last question for you. In a SaaS, in which level you are getting access? Peter, if you have any, Peter is raise the hand. So like if there are any questions, let me know. This is a very simple question. I think it's almost everyone has been posting. Yeah, thank you. So answer for this question is application one. So because in SaaS case, it's means Google Drive and the application we are discussing. So answer for this question is Apple. It's one application. And which is an example for PaaS. This is Azure AWS Beanstalk. You can just, there's the answer for this. So you can skip that question. Now, right now we understood the service model. Now let's move to the cloud deployment model, like a public cloud or a private cloud, and we'll be completing a creation of free account also. Before that, let's take, it's been almost 2 hours now. Let's take a break. Now you can take a 7 minutes break, and okay. So let's take a 7 minutes break. So welcome back. So I request you to confirm through the chat if you're back. So you can just mark it's been on the chat window. So like if you're back, it's me. Okay. So good. I think a lot back. Yeah, good. Thank you. So till now, yeah, thank you for the confirmation. So right now we understood the characters of cloud, and we understood it's been the how responsibility has been shared between the CSP and users. Now it's based next topic. It's about the how deployment can be done. So as per the NASD, there are three models this can be deployed. One is called a public cloud, and second one is called a private cloud, and third one is called it's a mix of a cloud called a hybrid cloud. So in the case of a public cloud, your resource and it's been hosted in the cloud service provider. It's like all infrastructure, like whatever hosting, because currently if you are taking your on premises, you have a data center or a data room, it's been available, and this has been hosting all your resources. It can be a server or it can be a hardware or it's been network solution. Now in the case of a public cloud, all your resources been hosted inside your cloud environment. So it can be in a cloud. So as a user, you will have only laptop or the infrastructure or a client available in your premises. With the help of internet, you will be accessing. I hope it's been getting. You are doing a migration of your infrastructure from your on premises or from your office or from your premises to cloud. It's into Microsoft Cloud. So this infrastructure can be in any location. It can be on a US or it can be on UK or it can be Canada or it can be Sweden or for Indonesia or Philippines, based on which data center you are selecting. Now, in the case of a cloud, organization will be connecting through internet. So you'll have internet connections, and it's been with the help of that, you will be connecting to this public cloud. So the same data center, you will have multiple clients will be connecting. So the same data center or the same floor, you may be having a servers from Orange company, you have a servers from Apple company, you have a servers from HP or from IBM. All the cloud will be available on that. So using internet, you will be connecting, and there will not be any capex cost for this. And the management or the organization or a business is being going to pay only for what you use. And this is the way generally the public cloud it's been operating. So it should be something like this. So you can able to see your organization will be connecting like this. So from the organization, this is for your organizations to be connecting your data center. It's been connecting to different cloud. So different regions can be connected. So based on the region dependency or based on the business requirement, through internet you will be connecting. This is the most commonly deployed model, and owned by all the infrastructure is. And generally it's been typically it's been connected using internet, but there are some situation like you have a couple of servers or a couple of critical applications still been available on your on premises. You can connect to the cloud using a VPN also. And typically we are using internet, and if you want more security to be implemented and the traffic which you are sending from your on premises to a cloud, it should be encrypted and through a tunnel. If you want to go, then you can implement it VPN kind of technology. So VPN can be implemented S2S or Azure Express route also. There is a different VPN mode or a method. It's been models available on the Azure side. So typically public cloud it's been owned by the cloud service provider, and there is no capital cost it's been involved, and you are going to pay only for what we use, and you will be able to use it's been able to quickly provision, and there is easy for you to decommission also. So it's been easy to use this one. So only thing is like You need a Azure subscription and you need a Azure free account only. So these are two information you need. Now, it can be whatever resources currently you're using on a cloud, the same data center is being shared with the multiple organization. And this is the one important point here, because when it is coming to a private cloud, that is the only difference we are using. So resources are not belongs to any particular organization. That's been belongs to be in the cloud service provider, and this is something like your flat. So this like right now you're staying in a flat, right? The same property you can able to see, you'll be responsible for your flat only, but rest of the tower or the same tower or the same place, you will have a similar like kind of multiple flats will be available. So it's being used by multiple clients, right? For example, this is your tower and you are staying in a 7A flat. You have another flat, it's been 7B. This is maybe used by another person. And the same flat, you have another person, it's been available. And this is a compound, it's a common compound on it. That's called a data center floor. So the same place, you will have multiple clients which been connected like this. Now, in the case of these are the examples for a public cloud. It's been Alibaba or AWS or VMware or Azure or Salesforce or Google Cloud. These all are it's been public cloud. Now, when it is coming to private cloud, this something like your public. These are the advantages you are getting. Okay, so high scalability and pay as you go model. You are not responsible for maintenance or updating your hardware. This all it's been done by the CSP, and the technical knowledge, or it's been the management of the hardware part, it's been taken care by the CSP. So whenever somebody talks about a public cloud, just connect with the flat concept. In your flat, how you're saying, like, because the same tower, multiple flats is there, and different customers are using. That's the concept of a public cloud. Just compare with that. And disadvantage, it's like ownership, like you're not getting a land, and there will be some governed policies like industry standard, because you have some kind of policy to be implemented and you are not owning the hardware. So if in case something it's needed from the hardware level and you want to integrate some legacy application, that kind of situation you may face some kind of a concerns or issues. So that's about the public cloud. In a private cloud case, this can be implemented like it's kind of a villa kind of thing in your, or this something like, just compare with like you're using a villa. It's like instead of using in your cloud data center, there is some portion it's been dedicated. If you want to allocate for you, then you can go for a private cloud. So this can be on the near premises also. And so when you're using a private cloud, this is like the cloud solution is been dedicated, it's been provided to a single organization, that generally it's known as a private cloud. So in a, you're not sharing whatever resource currently using, because in a previous case, whatever storage or whatever hardware or it's been any asset if you are using, this has been shared between multiple organizations. But when you're going for a private cloud, the hardware or the asset or the infrastructure you're using, that will be dedicated for you. So you can inform your cloud service provider saying that I need this many number of servers, I need a hardware configuration so and so, and I need a storage of so and so, like from EMC or NetApp. The configuration you can able to give to the customer. So that's been the case of the private cloud. And this has been, it's not been shared with other client, it's been dedicated for you. It's like you have some government policies or legal issues or a complaints issue, and if you want any kind of if you have any requirements of like a dedicated connections to be made and you don't want to share with the multiple customers, then you can go for a private cloud options. So this is a way generally private cloud it's been used. But the only issues like will be responsible for the management of the hardware. That's only responsible. It's coming on the private cloud. Now people may be getting a question like, hey, this is, what is the difference between on-premises and private cloud? Because in on-premises case, you are not getting any cloud characters. Like you are not getting any rapid elasticity or resource pooling, or it's been the matured service. This kind of features or a characters is been not provided in the private cloud. So that kind of a features generally we are getting on a private cloud. So this is important point for the or the this mean difference between the on-premises and or the private cloud. Now private cloud is been totally different from on-premises kind of automation, or you are not getting any kind of on-demand service, or it's been like human interaction is been high was. Now in the case of you, you'll be able to use a lot of automation tools like a workflow implementation can be implemented. So like you maybe heard about a topic like a Cisco UCS director or a BMC or a CR technology. So with the help of that, you will be able to automate the thing. That's about uh, one of the advantage of this private cloud, and it's been most commonly it's been going to be very expensive options. So there is a lot of private cloud product also it's been available. So this is the important features. Automation it's been getting, and workflow also it's been configuring. So this best example is like US department. So so US department it's been having private cloud generally using. So and this having a private cloud it's been provided by Microsoft also. It's been AWS and Microsoft they are providing this one. Now, people may be getting a question like, in which situation you can go for a private cloud? This is something like if the customer is holding some highly secure data, or if you're the customer is from a government and they don't want to host the data or the information on a public cloud, or the customer place, or it's been the cloud service provider with without much security, then you can go for a private cloud. So if the security is a concern, or the company is having some kind of a compliance issue, or there's some company needs to be don't want to share your infrastructure with the other client, then that kind of a situation you can go for a private cloud. So this is the way generally we are using or we are preferring private cloud. So and in a private cloud, ownership of the cloud it's been it's the same. Hardware is the owner is been responsible for the hardware, and all other activities been provided with the help of a cloud feature. So the advantage or the concerns which you have here, it's like we need a skilled resource for management of the hardware. That's the one concern we have for a private cloud. Now there are some situation you may have to integrate your public and private cloud also, because uh, when you're working on your organization, like HR application or a finance application, you want to it's been high sensitive information. So you don't want to keep this information in a cloud service provider place, or if you don't want to share with the multiple clients, then that kind of a situation you may be using a both the model. Like you'll be using a public model. Public model will be using for normal VMs and other resources, and high secured information will be uh, connecting, or it's been um, um, configuring inside the private cloud also. That kind of a situation, if you want to interconnect private and public, so you'll be using a VPN connection or express route, and you can have this kind of a model. It's a mix of public and private cloud, that generally known as a hybrid cloud model. So if you are using both the cloud in your infrastructure, it's kind of a hybrid cloud. If you are using uh, it's having a combination of both, like so you'll have a public and private combination will be available. This is generally known as a hybrid cloud. So this is a flexible solution, and it's like in case of a security and compliance you need, then you can go for this option. The problem is like you need a skilled administrator for this, and managing this is not an easy task, because you need to manage your hybrid, and you need to manage the public cloud, and you need to take care of the private cloud also. So there should be some management complexity you may be able to face here. So these are overall um, information about the cloud. It's based on how it's been deployed, and the public cloud, and it's been private cloud, and it's been the hybrid cloud. These are the general operation or the deployment model generally customers are using. So most probably in the customer place, you maybe have to see you'll be able to see customers are using hybrid cloud kind of model. So it's both private and public cloud model you'll be getting. Now, I'm getting a question related to the e-certificate part that will be confirmed possible before this concluding the session, because the same question is being repeating. We missed to answer that. I'll be sharing that details. Okay, so don't worry. So we'll be answering that question. Now, who has the access? It's based on that. It's the three areas generally we are considering. Like it's been cloud security and encryption, and it's a disaster recovery planning. It's based on that. This is a public cloud, or it's been the private cloud, or it's been this mean needs to be defined. Now, let's recap the session, what we have discussed. So it's been the advantages we are getting with the help of cloud computing. It's like you are getting a availability, and you are getting a scalability and elasticity, and you will be able to quickly, you will be able to deploy the resources or app. That's called agility. And geo distribution, like any location, like if the customer is from a Canada or a UK or a South Africa, any location you will be able to implement. And there is a lot of advantage of a cloud based backup solution or a data replication. We didn't discuss that topic about data replication or a geo distribution that we're discussing in the availability session. So these are the general features, or these are the advantages generally you are getting on the cloud side. This is about cloud recap. Now let's move to the first question. So answer for this question. A company owns and maintaining So answer for this question, it's like answer B, because it's been on premise. It's been on premise. It's been. Now next question. A cloud web provider, it's on the data center first. So answer for this question is been B. So answer for this question is public cloud. So thank you all, and so thank you all. It's been like yeah, getting good response. Thank you all. Now let's move for creation of a subscription or a creation of an account. So let's move to the next topic. Just let me give me a second. Let me. Let's move to the next topic, like introduction to Azure. Right now, whatever topics we have been discussed, it's about the general topic. Features you are getting, and okay. So right now, whatever topics or whatever concept we have discussed, it's been the general topic. So let's move to Azure. So Microsoft Azure is the cloud product from Microsoft. So I hope you can see the screen. Yeah. So this session, we'll try to understand how to create an Azure free account, and we'll try to understand what are the services or features you are getting from the Microsoft. So Azure is the product from cloud product from Microsoft. So like it's been started and it's been able to provide, or this is giving all the features of Azure SaaS, and it's giving a PaaS and IaaS. All these features is been provided by the Azure. So generally Microsoft Azure, generally we are using, or we are it's known as Azure. It's like some people may be using Microsoft Azure, few people may be using Azure. So this product was announced in 2008 developer conference. It's like a 2008 it's been announced, and the code name for this was Project Red Dog. So like it's been was the Red Dog was the initial name, and it's been formally it's been introduced in 2010, and this has been renamed into in 2014. This has been renamed as a Microsoft Azure. And this is the Azure is the cloud product from Microsoft, and these are the key people for Microsoft. This is David. It's been the David Neal has been the key lead developer for Microsoft Azure. You may be remembering like he's the person who's been developed Microsoft NT, or he was the part of VMs and all. So he's the person who's been developed. So he's been the key person for Microsoft Azure one. And you have Mark. Mark is the currently the CTO for Azure. He's the co-founder for the Windows internal. So he's been joined Microsoft in 2006, and he's a regular contributor in the TechNet magazine. if you may be referring the TechNet magazine, or it's previously this was known as a Windows NT magazine. So when I started my career in Microsoft, I was a regular reader of this Windows NT magazine. So he was a regular author in that time also. It's been Mark, it's been he's a CTO right now, and it's been regular author for this one. And he was the part of a co-author for the Windows 2000, and he done a lot of contribution for the Windows 2000 and NTFS file system and DOS also. And Scott has been the EVP for executive vice president for cloud and architect, and he heads all Microsoft Azure or Dynamics or Windows servers or the core operating system. So you can see always it's been he frequently present with wearing a red T-shirt. It's been all the forums or the events Microsoft forums. You can see he's been wearing with a red shirt and coming. So he's heads all the Microsoft Azure and Windows servers and the core operating system and hosting side. And we have Gary. Gary has been taking care of the UVP, dedicated VPP for the Azure one. Now, when it is coming to Microsoft Azure, Microsoft Azure has been providing almost 100 plus services, and this has been available in 54 regions and 140 plus countries. It has been available, and this can be used for applying, it's been migrating the existing applications, or this can be used for migrating to machine learnings also. Now, if you want to get a complete quick about details about the Microsoft Azure, so we can just go to internet and just give Azure products. You'll be able to get all the Azure details. So it's like all the Microsoft product details, you will be able to get it here. So you can see there is a 100 plus services have been available from the Microsoft. Now, if you are taking compute itself, you have a lot of information like app services you have, then you have batch service, dedicated host, and Azure VDI. There's a lot of services been available. So you can visit this link. This is giving a complete information about 100 plus product which is currently available from Microsoft. So this is a link you can use. So this will be giving a beautiful explanation or detail about what are the products currently it's been available from the Microsoft. Now, so you can go to products, and from there you'll be able to get all the products. Now, if you're using a Microsoft Azure, so we are just having a question like in which scenario you'll be using a Microsoft Azure. This similar like what we have discussed in the past, like if the customer is thinking like we need to migrate, or whenever we need to move your hardware into Microsoft or into the cloud computing, so that kind of a scenario if you can use for a Microsoft Azure. So you don't need to go for any kind of initial investment. This management of the Azure, it's been quite simple one. You need to just know how to manage the portal, and concept also you should know, and it's be easy to manage from the Azure side. So Azure side, you don't need to invest anything, and you can whenever you need, if you want to decommission or if you want to terminate any process, you will be able to do it. Now, people may be getting a question like how Azure is working. Now, Azure is working with the help of a some concept called, it's been working with the help of a concept called virtualization technology. So almost all the cloud vendors or the backend, it's been working with the help of a virtualization technology. So Microsoft having a data center across the world. It can be US, in India, and all the countries they're having a data centers. All these data centers been connected with a fabric control. All the data center, you'll have n number of servers will be placed. So you'll have n number of servers will be placed. Now it's using a virtualization technology. So each servers will have a hypervisor will be installed. So each servers will have a hypervisor. So if you want to create any resource, anything is there, it's been each data center, it's been filled with the multiple rack servers, and each servers is really filled with a hypervisor also. So basically it's been using a hypervisor technology. So you'll have a typically you'll have a hardware, and that will be connected to hypervisor, and you'll have a OS also. So you'll have OS also. And each server is in a data center is installed with a small software called fabric controller. Each servers will have a software called fabric controller. So each servers will have some software called fabric controller. Each software is being connected with another um, piece of software called orchestrator. So each fabric controller is being connected to orchestrator. Now, this orchestrator has been responsible for all the activities been happening on the cloud side. Like each data center, you'll have this kind of a concept, like you will have orchestrator and you have a fabric controller. So this orchestrator will be responsible for whatever activities, like whether you are creating a VM or you are creating net, everything it's been handled by the orchestrator. Now, whenever a user is been connecting, now if I'm a user, I'll be using a different management tool. I'll be using a portal.azure.com. I'll be maybe using Azure Shell. User may be connecting to web API. So if I'm a user, I'll be connecting to my web API. Web API will be, see here, so it's been connecting to, if I'm giving the port using a portal, if I'm connecting, this will be connecting to my web API. So this is a web API. A web API it's been connected to orchestrator. Now I'm sending a orchestrator this pic, whatever request is coming from a user. Now the user is sending a request saying that create a virtual machine with 2019 on Sweden data center. So my orchestrator has got this request with the help of a API. So this orchestrator will take this packet. This will take this request saying that this there is a VM creation is required on a Sweden data center. So this orchestrator will connect to the Sweden data center, and the data center they'll have a fabric controller. So they'll be sending this request to everyone. So this who is giving the first in first out, this or the orchestrator will decide which data center, which fabric controller to be used. So this fabric controller will check all the servers it's been hosted in that rack. Or which server is been capable to handle that request. So my fabric controller will analyze, and this will be working with will giving a request saying that, hey, this can be installed on so and so server. Now, if there is any dedicated server, this fabric controller will decide, yes, this packet is for dedicated physical server, which is hosted in Sweden. So based on that, it will allow the request. So basically, your Azure it's been working with the help of a fabric controller and orchestrator. So orchestrator has been deciding how this packet needs to be sent, how this creation to be done, how the activities to be done on Azure. It's been decided by the orchestrators, and it's been working with the help of a uh, small software called FC. Now, this is something like your music. You may be seeing like any music, like the one person has been controlling this all music, right? This is the case. It's the orchestrator. So the same, it's been Azure also. This is the person it's been controlling. So all the activities away cloud. So whenever you need to move your on-premises to a cloud, whenever you're looking for migrating to a cloud technology, then you can go for moving to Azure. Now, before moving to Azure, there is a couple of information is needed. So if you want to use a cloud, first of all, you need a account. Second thing, it's like you need a subscription also for a billing purpose, or just compare this with your Amazon Prime, or it's been your other application generally you are using your day-to-day operation. So you need an account, and then you need to divide a subscription. Now Microsoft is giving like now people are thinking like I need to use Azure. You don't need to go and purchase anything right now here, because you don't need any advance amount to be paid to Microsoft. Now if you're working as an individual and you are thinking like I need to learn Microsoft Azure, you don't need to pay anything to Microsoft. Microsoft is allowing you to create a free account on Microsoft portal. So you can be able to go and explore all the options or the resources on Microsoft side. So you can just go to Microsoft, just give in Google like a free account. Microsoft is giving $200 free credit to you. You need to just register yourself, and you will be getting a $200 of credit. So with the help of that, you will be able to use 30 days all the service, almost all the service you will be able to use it. So this $300 worth you're going to get only for 30 days. Now there are some services been available 12 months also. Like if you're creating an account, there are some services it's been available for 12 months. Now if you want to use $200, that can be used only 30 days. So this generally we are doing with the help of a free account. So you need to just go to Microsoft. You can able to see there is a $200 you can use. So whenever you're creating any virtual machine or any resource, the amount for that will be debited from this. So $200. So for example, like if I'm creating a VM, now VM cost is been $20. So you don't need to pay that $20. So that will be debited from this $200. So this $200 can be used only for 30 days. So after 30 days, this amount will be it's been lapsed and you will not be able to use. Now people may be getting a question like, in the day one itself, I've utilized this $200. Will I get another $200? No, this $200 is only one time. And for creating this one, it's mandatory that you need a credit card or a debit card. And there will be ₹1 charge also which will be debited from your account. Because for a verification purpose, Microsoft using a credit card or a debit card. And that's only for a verification. Okay, if the $200 is over or 30 days is over, Microsoft is not going to charge anything from your account. So because this $200, it's been this is the Indian rupees, it's been mentioned here. It's okay. Now this $200 can be used 30 days. Now after 30 days, if you're not upgraded your account right now, this $200 is a free account. Free account. Now with this $300, you created a couple of VMs. You will be able to explore almost all the services on the Microsoft side. Now you install application SQL or a DB. And if you're not upgraded your account, there is a concept called upgrading your account. If you're not upgrading your account, the 31st day, you will not be able to use your account. Means you will be able to use this account only for 30 days. So 31st day, you will not be able to use. Now, another scenario, it's like this $200, like within a 10 days, this $200 is been debited into zero, because all $200 we have done a lot of labs and you forgot to shut down your computer and this $200 it's been over. Then you have only one option. You need to convert your account as upgrade mode. You need to upgrade. Now for creating or it's been upgrading this one, first of all, for creating a free account, there are a couple of information is mandatory. First of all, you need a Microsoft account or an Outlook account or a live email ID is needed. Second thing, you need to give a credit card or a debit card details. This is not for charging anything. Okay, this for a verification purpose. You need a credit card or a debit card. 30 days, Microsoft is not going to charge anything from your credit card. For example, like in the 30 days, you created a free account and you're not upgraded, Microsoft is not going to do any auto upgradation or using your auto upgrade using a credit card. That is not doing here, because if you are using a Hotstar or a Prime Video or some couple of application, you may be noticed like credit card is automatically it's been upgraded. But in a Microsoft case, Microsoft is not doing any auto upgradation using a credit card or a debit card. This using only for a verification purpose, and you need to provide your mobile number also. So these are our if you have any GitHub number, you can provide GitHub also. So these are the mandatory information you need for creating this one. So you will be able to use 30 days. Always free also. So if you're seeing here, this is the 12 months. These are the services have been always free. You can able to see if you're creating account, there is one Linux machine, it's been always free for you. And there is one Windows machine also, it's been free. And not all configuration, okay. You're creating a free account. So Microsoft is coming with a different configuration, because some VM you have 8 GB, some VM you have Xeon processor or high-end processor. So in a free account, you are getting a 750 hours is free. This always, all the 12 months, you'll be getting a free. Every month you'll be getting one Linux and one Windows machine and one SQL database. You can see there is a couple of services in 12 months you are getting free. And you can see there is a couple of services always free. So you can see almost a 25 service, 40 plus services been always free. And there are some popular service, it's been available for 12 months, and $200 it's been available for 30 days also. And you can start using this one. So as a business or as an individual, Microsoft is saying like, hey, go and come and explore our options. Evaluate your product. If you're comfortable, if you're okay with the products or if you're okay with the service, you can go for upgrading to the account. So this 30 days is actually a testing period. Now, if your business, if you want to validate some legacy application, or if you want to validate some configuration, this 30 days you can use it. Now, within the 30 days, if you're feeling that it's been comfortable, you will be able to update this one. Now, few people may be thinking like 30 days, it's been the validity. Can I use the same credit card in the next month? No, you will not be able to use the same credit card for the multiple time. So either you need to use a different credit card or a different debit card. One card can be used only for one time. So you will not be able to use a free account multiple times using a same card. Not possible. One free account can be used with only single card, and that's only for one time also. Then you need to go for a upgradation one, and you can able to see all the details here. Now, if you want to get all the FAQ related question, you can see there is a lot of FAQ question. What's your common question which been available here? Like, what are the services I'm getting here, and can I get? What will happen if I'm not debiting this one? Is it possible to withdraw this $200 for me? Now I'm just thinking like, can I convert this is to $200 to my bank account? No, you'll not be able to do. And is there any advance payment do I need to give to Microsoft? No, you don't need to pay anything. So this kind of all questions or commonly asked questions been mentioned here. So I'm just pasting that link on this one. So in your free time, you can just go through this commonly asked questions or frequently asked question. That detail is being shared on the chat. So you can just go through that question. So these are all frequently asked questions from the Microsoft side. Now, for creating an account, as I said, you need a debit card and details you need. You need to just go for a start free. You need to just go for a start free, and it's very simple. You need to give your email ID here. For example, like you can just give your email ID and just give the details of your credit card and debit card. Your account will be right now. I'm already using a account here subscription. That's the reason I'm getting error message. So it's very simple. You need to just click on the start free and give your detail. The account will be created. So whenever you're doing a lab, so use this free account, start free, and so there's a link. So possible after this session, just go and create this free account. It's very simple. You need to just give next. So you need to just give this option, and it will ask you for verify your email. You need to give, you can give your Gmail or Outlook or ID, and it will ask your Gmail. There will be some OTP number will be coming, and just give that and give the bank account details. And as I said, Microsoft is not going to charge anything. Maximum it will be charging like point if I'm saying like generally if you are saying like for a verification purpose, generally it's been charging like a 0.013 dollar may be charging for verification purpose. Other than that, Microsoft is not going to charge anything, and FAQ detail it's been given. Now, Microsoft is giving a free account for students also. If you're from a college and if they want to try this Microsoft Cloud platform, there is a student account also. It's been available. Uh, if you're using a student account, you'll be getting an option of $100 only. You'll not get any $200, and the same uh, option only you need to use. But the difference is like you need to submit all the college details, everything, but you will be getting only 100 credits, and you will not get all the options also in the Azure side. So only few options only will be available. This is basically focusing for um, Microsoft focusing for stopping here for day 2. Day 3 will be starting with portal management and VM creation and VM availability. That will be completed tomorrow. So today's assignment for you is like you need to complete creating an account, and this is the lab for you. So these are the important point for the free account. You can just, if you want, you can just note it on your wait pad or a diary. So this is the important point you need to remember for Azure Cloud, Azure free account. So with this note, I'm just concluding the session today. And today is your lab. It's like once you're free, you need to create a free account, because tomorrow we'll be doing a lot of labs. So create a free account today. And so this is the lab for you. This is the lab for day 2. So complete this lab today. Now with this note, I'm concluding day 2. And Fatima or Tripsha, if you can just share the day 3 link, that we could.
Yes, Robin, sure. Thank you for the session.
Yeah.
So, everyone, we will share the link on the chat box with you for tomorrow's event, as well as we are sharing the Discord link where you can be updated about the further events, and we are sharing the feedback form link. So, you can tell us if you need something more with the events or how we can, enhance it for you. So, yeah, we are sharing the link right now. Thank you. Thank you, Robin.
Yeah. Thank you, Dipshat. So the link is to be shared on the chat. And tomorrow it's been more into that lab and the portal management. It's going to be a critical one because last 2 days we were discussing about the concept and it's been making the foundation it's clear. So day three is be more focusing on uh, today you're going and creating a free account. Tomorrow we'll be seeing like how to connect and what are the options you are getting, how to create a VM, how to delete a VM, how to create a IAS website, or how to move VM, or how to select a different data center. And we'll see what are the different VM availability options it's been available, how to create a VNet, everything. So uh, tomorrow onwards it's been more demo will be there. So first 2 days it's been as we planned, like so it's been more the theory this one. And Discord channel is being given, and so thank you all. And it was a nice sessions, and it's been I think it's been most, and it was interactive also. So most don't miss the tomorrow session. And feedbacks link and the channel link it's been shared. So bookmark this too. And so thank you all, and have a great day. So thank you all, and we are stopping the recording and connect you tomorrow. Thank you. Bye.
Hello. Hello. Can you hear me? Hello.
Hello.
Hello.